So yeah. First topic. General world / universe concept info. Again, all of these are were come up with not all of them, but some of them were come up with together. So I can't take all of the claim for these. Not to the full extent. Anyway. Right, so when the universe first formed, a lot of the energy at the time was converted into matter or photons, aka light, which made up the galaxies within the universe, possibly multiple universes, and everything within those. Some of that energy was in separate form, however, completely invisible and undetectable unless an individual is hyper-tuned to sense that kind of stuff. Which a lot of creatures exist. That kind of thing can definitely occur, whatever. But normally you're not able to see that. That leftover energy became known as primordial energy over time. Well, and over time it would gravitate together into sort of pools called energy wells, which still not visible or detectable. Under normal circumstances. When a creature or object did come into object, what am I talking about? I apologize, I only had like 2 hours of sleep since 27 hours ago? I've been crunching a little bit too much. When a creature or object comes into contact with an energy well, they would absorb the full power and become a new type of creature, a primordial being. Makes sense, right? In addition to primordial energy, there is another type of energy called divine. That energy is, however, not from the same universe this all plays in, but a separate one connected by a portal, rift, or that kind of stuff. Bit of a loose concept, but you get the idea. It does, through that portal, rift, or the likes, flow through into our world, and our primordial energy spills back into theirs, because it goes both ways. The beings from those worlds are separated into 2 categories, celestials and fiends. So not native to this earth, necessarily. Yeah, celestials and fiends. Celestials come from worlds with abundant energy, while fiends come from worlds where energy is scarce and a valuable resource. So imagine hell as a broad concept, that kind of stuff. Big desert area, for example, would also fit. Again, a little bit of a loose concept. But should still be within what's fitting for it. There exists another category of beings across all the worlds, which naturally are the mortals. They encompass normal people, like humans, or just your regular animal. Simple enough of a concept. While they do contain trace amounts of energy, they are not able to harness it and use it for another purpose, like for example, magic. That is limited to non-mortal beings. So, that is first topic covered. I can, if need be, go over that again a little bit later, but for now, that's gonna be put aside. And bring us to the details of the primordials, the celestials, and the fiends, the creature categories. And they all have roughly equal power, so none of them is inherently more powerful than another one. Right, the ad is starting soon. It'll be fine. Among those categories, they are divided into 3 subcategories to determine the more actual strength of each being. On the very top you have the Titans for the primordials being the strongest, gods being the strongest for the celestials, devils being the strongest for the fiends. On the midsection you have elementals for the primordials, demigods for the celestials, and demons for the fiends. The whole subcategory concept might be a little hard to imagine what level that power in, well, real life context would look like. Yeah. The low tier beings, which are still very powerful compared to mortals and whatnot. Well, they are called low tier beings because of them being overshadowed by the above categories. Not because of them not being powerless in that sense. It's monsters for the primordials, angels for the celestials, and of course imps for the fiends. So there's a bit of a theme to these, as should be obvious. But yeah, that's a little bit of input on the classifications of, well, everything creature-wise could be sorted into one of those. To cover the life force detail I mentioned. Before I do that, I should probably wait out the ad break, which is only going to be for another 30-ish seconds or something. I did not expect it to be already 3 PM. I mean, I did talk a lot about other stuff before, and I was setting stuff up as well. But considering how much I have left, I think 5 hours should be we'll see. Right, so with the ad being over, life force, aka mana, and how it ties into one's lifespan. Each cell of one's body is filled with a single point of mana, which it uses to sustain itself. When it burns that mana, it pulls from a metaphorical pool of mana, not the same primordial kind of pools mentioned before. Important to specify. Pulls from a metaphorical pool of mana, aka excess energy, within you to replenish the one you spent, which allows you to remain, well, you and the cell in question to remain alive. That's what's keeping it alive. If it cannot pull a replacement mana for whichever reason, the cell will die, which not great, cause there wouldn't be replacement cell in that sense. Mana is spent faster with physical activity, so the cells will drain more in that state. But just by existing, it's going to slowly burn automatically, regardless. So, yeah, life force, energy kinda goes into what mana is. Some beings primarily, if not only, non-mortals have a large enough mana pool that they can harness the excess and transform them into spells. But they gotta be careful not to drain too much, since that is needed to, well, since you need to save some to obviously keep your body functioning properly, as well as just being able to move. So if you use up all of that to, well, do spells, you essentially drain yourself and don't have anything left to maintain basic functions of your body. The mana can be replenished by eating, sleeping, and generally taking appropriate care of yourself. Under normal circumstances, never fully for mortals, which is why lifespan is tied into it, because the pool gets smaller and smaller over time until it can't support your life any longer. Again, life force, lifespan, this is the concept. As mentioned, many non-mortals did find methods to fully recover or even exceed the mana pool size through various means. Can look completely different based on the individual. Lots of room for creativity. Becoming effectively immortal by doing that. You can still be killed, of course, but after having found a method to fully recover or exceed your mana pool size, you wouldn't be able to die naturally anymore if regularly using that method. So yeah, that's a neat little thing that can be learned. And not to brag, but person present is one of those that managed to. The next category. Right. As I probably briefly mentioned earlier, this planet is Alternate Earth. Alternate Earth, which has the same major events of, if you want to call it that, IRL world, differing in the finer details. So, for example, one of the first clouds that formed when the planet was molten and uninhabitable for life was Sheepy, which, read the little text on the top of the screen, is one of the people that were partially responsible for, well, or are partially responsible for the shared lore concept, and is the one that came up with the structure for the, well, universe, if you will. But yeah, one of the first clouds that were formed was her. through drifting into one of those primordial energy worlds, resulting in her becoming a Titan. Most powerful creature category of the primordials. Due to lack of things to do, since, well, planet was not exactly in a friendly state, she went into hibernation for such a long time that when she did wake up, mortals had already come into existence. As in, your general animal, wildlife, humans, and that stuff. So, after taking a form similar to the... Now, this might not... These details about Sheepy might not seem like they are related to myself in that case. I am, however, gonna get there because the detail, like one of the details related to the whole cloud concept is gonna matter, and is one of the reasons I included this. So I do apologize if I don't have too full focus on chat while going over this whole stuff. I am gonna try, but the primary focus is gonna be on all of these topics, because that is what the stream today is for. Nonetheless, appreciating anyone and everyone stopping by and maybe staying. So, after waking back up, seeing mortals had come into existence, she took a form similar to the creatures below. In her case, specifically a mix of cows. Thank you for the welcome back, Looney. I hope you've been doing well. Yeah. So, mix of cows and sheep. The long isolation period gave her feelings of loneliness. Naturally, makes sense. So she decided to share her primordial energy with other lifeless clouds in the sky, turning them into, well, best way to put it is cloud cows, which is their name, a monster tier primordial. Mortals did end up often worshipping the primordials, but especially these cloud cows, since the rain they provided was packed with, you guessed it, the primordial energy, and through that the crops below wherever one of the cloud cows' reign was happening did thrive. Through the extra energy provided. Like, imagine fertilizer. Kind of. On steroids. Anyway. As time passed. Oh, hello there. Craxpy? If I pronounced that right? Probably not, but welcome. Great to see you. As time passed, later mortal generations didn't appreciate primordials as much, and as a result, the cloud cows went into hibernation one by one. Well, if you read the stream title, in combination with the text at the top of the screen, that should be self-explanatory enough. If you use, not to be rude, use a little bit of common sense, you should get the idea. Anyway, as time passed later, mortal generations didn't appreciate primordials as much, and the cloud cows went into hibernation one by one. The clouds seen in the sky now are just sleeping cloud cows, so they are still around, just not physically active. Important later. Two, in case you weren't able to tell, stream today is essentially closest thing to a debut stream, a lore lesson in the sense of class, if you will. Going into detail about all of that stuff that has been cooking up over the last couple years, 6-ish. So has been in preparation for a while. I was in a bit of a fuck it kind of mood, so decided to do this at current stage, even though it's not in a couple different aspects as far as I wanted it to have. Well, wanted to have it be, because optimal case, most optimal case and all that. But I think it's at a decent enough stage to come public with that, I guess. So that's what today is for. All of the stream is gonna go onto the YouTube channel, so the VOD in full length can be found there. And there's also gonna be a shorter, more cut together video the next week or so, starring just the details about me specifically, without all of the bigger surrounding info that is background stuff, but in my opinion needed to fully make sense of the finer details and kind of reasoning behind why stuff works the way it does and choices were made the way they were. But anyway, with the concept, since primordial energy was already mentioned, as well as the divine energy, there is a soft magic system in place, which with the concept of soft magic, you aren't told how the magic specifically functions, just that it exists. characters have access to it, but you don't know the limitations behind it. So, for example, hard magic would be where a writer defines the exact mechanics behind the magic so the audience understands what goes into it and the conditions that magic can be used in. So they aren't gonna go screaming at the screen to in a specific described scenario well scream use this type of magic to get out of that situation or stuff like that. So to kind of prevent that and well be a bit more flexible with what's possible, and because of the whole lore universe being a shared thing, we, well, partially because of Sheepy being responsible for the overall concept, the overarching concept, went with the soft magic system, so that wouldn't be an issue. And that said, to roughly explain how the magic in this case does work, at least broadly. And for the primordial magic specifically, the divine magic operates under different rules and is in the wibbly wobbly zone, which is even more flexible than the soft magic applied to primordial. The primordial magic type as it is. So from the primordial magic you essentially got 5 main elements to work with: fire or heat in general, which can also freeze things by removing the heat from them instead of granting heat. You just can't control ice or similar stuff. So next one would be water, with which you can control ice, but wouldn't be able to form it. And most healing spells do come from a base of water magic, which makes more than enough sense if you think about it. Wind on top of basic functions can, through the controlling of air, be a good utility. For example, reducing air resistance to move faster, creating jet streams to push you around for dodging or higher jumps, or even in the case of extremely powerful wind mages that could, based on that type of primordial magic, create vacuums. So that's, well, wind based. With electricity, you would have access to electromagnetism, which is a very powerful thing, along with being able to, for example, transform mana into electricity to power stuff. So you could use the life force you have accessible to, well, power electric devices. And, well, is kind of the reason that all of this right now is happening, because well, has to come from somewhere, right? Earth, aka dirt, stone, sand, metal, and the like, don't sound like much, but being able to move it at will means easy buildings, making trap pits, or other creative uses. So, considering that you're almost always surrounded by some form of those materials, it is a very reliable one among the more reliable ones overall. I'm just gonna take care of that real quick. Don't mind me. Right. Naturally, while you do have those 5 main elements, you can combine the elements in creative ways to create new spells. For instance, mixing fire and water domain could create steam, but also could be used for cryomancy. And you could mix different ratios of one element to another one to get different kinds of effects. So lots of space to get creative with it. And as a general rule of thumb, primordial magic is elements, while the divine magic is concepts over, well, in the general sense, you can figure out some justification for how mixing, for example, elements leads to the creation of a portal, but it's much easier to say that otherworldly magic, aka divine magic, allows for ideas to bend reality a little bit. Not just a little bit, but you get what I mean. So the limits to both types of magic really comes down to how you explain it working and how believable those explanations would be. I should drink something. There's an amazing song playing right now. Good thing that does not play to me. So, with the soft magic, describe a little bit the system. For example, for me as a Titan, I got access to primordial magic by birth, but do specialize in water and earth, more specifically plant elements. Thanks to the vampire side, which we are gonna get to later on, there is also access to divine magic as well. It is not as powerful as my primordial magic though. And on top of that, the spells would be kind of limited to ones that fit the theme of obviously being vampire. So things like transformation magic, blood spells, that kind of stuff is what I would have access to, or have access to. Magic naturally isn't compatible with mortal brains, but some of them are born with the ability to wrap their minds around the incomprehensible nature of it, and able to draw on the energy of the atmosphere and the planet to fuel their spells. So magic generally limited to non-mortal beings, but some are able to draw on it and use it as an inherent trait. There is also witchcraft, which is such a foreign concept. Some would just take a shortcut, making deals with fiends. Primarily as most demons and devils have enough energy, they don't need to trade mortals for a paltry amount. So to transform them into a half-fiend, depending on the type of fiend, the end result of their new form could be different, such as vampire, tiefling, that kind of stuff, that kind of creature. With their new divine form, they are able to comprehend and manipulate magic much easier in return for trading part of their lifespan to the fiend, since their natural energy keeping them alive, which supplies the fiend with the energy they lack. That's kind of the trade there. You get access to, well, easier access to magic in return for part of your time on this world. Something to note is, while I started out on the, again, something that's gonna be covered further down once the more overarching concepts are explained. While I started out on the parasitic side of things, I have found more sustainable methods of feeding, spreading the strain out over a larger number of hosts, if you will, so that the harm done to each is minimal and easily recovered from, instead of doing serious harm to just one individual, like happened in the past and wasn't great at all. Anyway, to ensure the lessons still work with those from a divine background rather than, in my case, primordial. I did purposely allow to be turned into a vampire by Vivian, which is one of the witches I've met a while ago. But we'll get to that. So to kind of test my theory, so I don't give bad advice based on experiences, allowed her to be the one turning me into vampire, granting me access to a small pool of divine energy and the knowledge of how to use it in the process. Goes hand in hand when you obtain it. When she first arrived, due to her, well, she arrived with a group of other witches. Some mortals being among them as well. Due to her vampiric nature, I volunteered to be the source of blood, aka nourishment, in place of the mortal members in the cavern for safety reasons. Because it didn't matter as much for me as it did for them, obviously. Not only did that, well, over the span of 4 years of letting her do the thing, not only did that result in growing closer, but it also resulted in, well, visual, mental and spiritual changes. So not 100% compatible due to different natures, but still compatible enough to allow continuation of sustenance provided. The visual changes being some hair strands is, by the way, one of the artworks playing in the background is starring Vivian. That one. So while you can't really see it too well right now, yeah, should give a decent idea of what's talked about. The visual changes being some hair strands turning from her otherwise dark grey hair into lighter and lighter shades of grey. And around the 4-year anniversary, if you will, of her regularly weekly consumption of tide blood, the strands started to turn white, her nature seemingly changing, and her showing overall signs of constant exhaustion, lack of energy, as well as a bit of a tendency to lash out on a daily basis. Which completely understandable and not her fault at all. That in combination with physically bodily weakness did lead to me using a method charge by Sheepy to contact her asking for advice on the situation after explaining the situation a little bit. She did mention it potentially being possible to turn a divine being into a titan. In theory, it did work when we did it. It just took 10 hours of trial and error, and eventually, however, managed to complete the ritual with both involved people being transformed in some ways. The tips of those strands turned bright turquoise, which in turn over time got darker, settling at, in quotation marks, regular turquoise. So the visual appearance she in part has because of the fact that she's been feeding on a titan and still a regular human, for example. Based on that primordial magic, I do also have the ability to rearrange cells in the body to replicate the form of a before seen animal or human-animal hybrid. However, after enough time, 12 hours, a bit of a pain starts to kick in, comparable to being torn apart, and the cells do need to return to their default position, returning to one of the main forms that are accessible at will, not limited by that will. And I do need to stay in one of those for a while before being able to shift again. With the body fighting the process, subconsciously trying to turn the body part back into its natural fawn shape / form, causing exponentially worse pain since hitting the 12-hour mark. At 13 hours, instead of reverting back into the mentioned normal fawn looking limb, that body part keeps the shifted into appearance. Over another hour, so 14 hours total, 13 in partially shape-changed form. One hour of woodification process starts to set in. So after 13 hours, don't wanna be remaining shape changed in any way. The changed part starts to not only be in continuous incredible amounts of pain, even worse than before, but also starts turning more solid and into wood, which you can already see a little bit on the model being used. So the reason that the right arm is looking how it is related to a bit of a dramatic event. But there's a reason for it. During that 14th hour, the pain is strong enough to make responding to anything essentially impossible. So, not something I would recommend. To go deeper into the shapeshifting concept rules, the first of those mentioned main forms is the one you see being used right now. The cream kinda colored one being called domesticated form, which was the original that I had right after the birth-ish, and is the one I use or take to get along. Well, is the one I take when needing to get along with people and used for public related things. The horns on it are somewhat sensitive, and as you can see, well, you can't see right now because I'm sitting behind the table, but has relatively short fur. When pissed off and under very specific circumstances, there is an alternative version of that form, which is also a separate own form, but I'm gonna get to that. The subforms resembling, like the subforms of this form, are resembling animals that would usually live with humans and are commonly domesticated animals. So, well, cows, chicken, there is probably also geese, pigeons, rabbits as well, that kind of thing. The second of the 5 main forms is, in quotation marks, wild form, which needs to be handled with caution. More hot-headed and on edge while using it, and is used when things need to get done. It allows the strongest connection to nature or primordial magic because of the stronger ties to the organism I'm from while in that form. The horns on the wild form are not sensitive at all, and the fur is long-ish, but definitely curlier than this one. The subforms are resembling animals that don't usually live with humans, as indicated by the fact that it's called wild form, and are solely, or more often at least, found in the wilderness. So you would have, for example, beavers, giraffe, honey badger, befitting animals for it. The third one, which I already mentioned a little bit with the first, is partially the domesticated one, but in snapped state, which comes with noticeably shorter, curlier hairstyle. Also one of the artworks shown in the background. Not that one. Right now. Comes with shorter, curlier hairstyle, as well as very prominent forehead horns, and is used after having been very patient with people specifically, but lost temper under very specific circumstances. While, as a result of it, while being in a bit of a murderous mood. So the shorter, more curly hair could be considered resembling shedding and to do with the fact of the lost temper. Also, just like the wild form, non-sensitive ones, unlike it, however, actively used as weapons, including the forehead ones. And the injuries those leave are not pretty. So, whenever that's the case, you want to stay away from it. There is no subforms to it whatsoever. Fourth main form, which is one that's been granted by divine magic, received through the little ribbon you see tied to one of the horns, as well as the armband, which together have an enchantment that permanently gives access to use that form permanently and at will. It is one that's primarily used when, being comfy, hanging out with people you trust. Not you, but I trust. You know, things like picnics, for example. So not necessarily one you would usually see in a more crowded public context. It does have subforms. Which are based on pretty much any animal that has a lot of, well, fluff or is particularly comfy, ignoring the previously mentioned main forms. So hello there, Mox. Welcome in, how you doing? It's just first stream at the new place. And, well, due to being in a little bit of a screw it kind of mood, went to decide that that stream is gonna be, well, as the title says, debut of the model, everything related to it, all the lore around it, which has been in the works for a solid amount of time, 6 years. It's good you're doing alright. I do hope you get to enjoy the weekend. Yeah, there's still a lot to do, but I'm getting there. I can very much say that it's on every aspect a massive improvement to the previous place, which was not even a question. Yeah, me too, honestly. But yeah, we only have, well, technically 3, but only one more main form to go into detail about. Ad break. Fun. Now, do I wait out the ad break or not? Welcome back, Mokka. One apple. Okay. In case you saw the page number on the picture I sent before the stream, do you wanna guess which page I'm on right now? Streaming for 2.5 hours almost, by the way. I'm currently on page 11, which, to give some context, after the more overarching concepts of the universe and all that. Page 11 is still the fifth and remaining of the main forms. So we're not even done with the shapeshifting rules. So like a fourth of the way. So oh, definitely. I was just kind of yapping the last, I don't know, hour or so about stuff. I'm not worried about being able to do it. I just, honestly, if anything, I would be more worried about the headset running out of battery before I'm done with the stream, but it should be fine because I charged it before. I do have to say my throat is starting to hurt a little bit, which is not a good thing, despite having a bottle of water next to me and hydrating. But yeah, the fifth main form, the dominant one. The second one tied to the horn ribbon and the armband enchant that gave the permanent and at will access through the divine magic tied to them is contrast to the comfy form and used while feeling in a teasingly sadistic kind of mood, as opposed to the short-haired domesticated snapped main form, which is straight up murderous scenarios. So yeah, non-sensitive horns, very short fur, shorter than domesticated has. Also no subforms. Now, the last two, 6th and 7th, are probably the ones that would be worthy to be considered the ones with the rarest use case, because using them, or well, being able to use them is not tied to good things happening. The 6th form is the full wooden one, which I don't need to already don't need to specify that why I'm hoping that never happens. Like, I already briefly went into why the right arm is looking like the way it does when I was talking about the soft magic system and explained that. But I'm gonna get further into that detail later to further bring across the point why it's a bad thing. And the 7th form is the spirit form, which maybe not as bad of a chain of events that need to happen to get there, but still not great. So, while in theory there are 7 main forms that I can choose at will, unrelated to the shapeshifting rules. Yeah. 2 of them not on a day-to-day basis at all. That is at least the shapeshifting rules out of the way, which means I can can get into a little more detail on the body you're seeing right now that's talking to you. It all started with the plant I originate from and am still connected to. Music. Creating an offspring seed-ish of sorts inside the blossom around which the magical body formed, with the seed becoming the heart at the center. Heart also being an image I believe I added to the slideshow. Did I not? Yes. There we go. Alright. Yeah. That. Of a spring seed, not the original seed that sprouted into the initial parasitic plant that I was before flesh body. Again, is where the magical body formed around of. As mentioned, unlike before as parasitic plant, in case of sickness or death, it would, after getting the flesh body, not directly affect the giant tree organism anymore. Instead, if the equivalent to a heart was to be destroyed, I'd lose the connection to the tree, and it would be affecting any primordial, like any abilities tied to primordial energy, as well as the memory bank that exists because of the tree. If the physical body was to be destroyed, with the heart remaining safe, away in its jar, intact, I'd turn into spirit form. Which, while having the option to regain a physical body, would come at a big cost, as it would take a lot of time and effort, as well as resources, to complete the process of tying my spirit self to a new body. So that's kind of the reason why I mentioned that both that form and the full wooden one are, for different reasons, not necessarily one I want to end up in. And actively try to avoid at all costs. What exactly the, in quotation marks, draw connected to the very being is, that I would find out if I ever was to have that happen. If I ever was to end up in that situation when it happens. But again, I only had like 2 hours of sleep since at the time of starting the stream 27 hours ago. So crunch. Lots and lots of crunch. Yes. Oh, yeah, additional thing. If the tree was to be destroyed while body or the heart respectively remain intact, I can't say anything on what that would result in, but it would be a whole different story that wouldn't be great either. So the last kind of couple details are kind of the don't do that ones. Oh. Page 13. The actual timeline concepts. Like, page 13 until 24 are the actual timeline concept of the actual stuff that happened to the character. Well, as in myself. Everything else before now, ignoring the fact that I've been setting up stuff and organizing artwork and whatnot for a little bit of it. Anything else before now, in those 2.5 hours, was just overarching concepts to better explain follow-up stuff and the functionings behind the shared universe / multiverse. So, is it fair to say that it should be obvious to anyone with a fair amount of common sense that this has indeed been in the works for around 6 years? So, remember when I mentioned that the stuff I have been sharing with primarily artists that are also in, well, as you can see at the top of the screen, in that group of shared people, universe-wise. The stuff I shared in there was just the tip of the iceberg. Which is even, like, exponentially more than I shared in public about this. So every time I was, well, stating that it's a massive project, I wasn't kidding or lying in any way, as you might be able to see now. So in case there were any doubts about me stating that, I think today is perfect to, well, prove that being the actual case. Especially considering that even with everything I have put together, there is still a fair amount of in-between details of stuff that happened that isn't properly written down. So if I had kept track of that properly, and if it was publicly compatible, shareable stuff, there probably would be another like 20 pages on top of the, I don't know, 44 or something. No, 41. But I am glad to see that it's been not unpleasant of an experience to witness. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe, well, let's just say one of the pages that I'm still gonna cover is one that is in the words of Sheepy and how she wanted, or maybe still wants at some point, to convert everything I came up with in collaboration with her into so even more kind of bigger description on stuff. If she did what she did with that one specific detail to everything I had, well, that's established essentially, you would probably easily be at, I don't know, 120 pages instead of 41, if not more. So if every single point was written and worded the way it at some point is supposed to be, I don't think 7-hour stream would be enough to even cover half of it. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little quick break, hit the toilet, and start with the timeline after that. Thank you for the announcement. I'm back. Yeah, considering what my hands feel like and looking at fingernails a little bit, definitely gonna have to make some food immediately after ending the stream. Later. Let's just say that may have been one of the things that suffered from the crunch a little bit. It'll be fine. Timeline concept. Oh, if you didn't see, well, not optimally, but I added the whiteboard. Nice. So with the explanation stuff out of the way. Timeline starting 400,000 years ago. Parasitic plant seed growing into parasitic plant at center of plateau, which I am gonna put up because I do want to show that off. Unfortunately, it was too big file format wise to be put onto the whiteboard. When I did put it on, it was just very pixelated. So it's gonna take a minute. I'm professional. The little bit you can see right there, the clearing in between the trees, that's the hot springs, by the way. So we getting there. It's gonna have to go right there for now. And it's like even at that size, you can already see it's a little pixelated, so I'm temporarily cover myself with it. Hot springs are up there right now. So 400,000 years ago, parasitic plant seed, as mentioned, was going into parasitic plant at the center of that plateau. With approximately, again, this might not be accurate to the dimensions, but approximately 900 feet diameter at 700 feet elevated position in a couple of days. The plant seed growing into the plant, becoming one with the original tree. The version shown on that artwork is present day. Becoming one with the original tree, intertwined the initial parasitic vine plant, consuming almost all of its energy to live over the span of a single year. Tightly wrapped around the tree, almost having drained it completely, little purple flowers, which on the artwork are present. But if I can zoom in, I like the ones covering the entire plateau. Important detail about those later. Almost having drained the tree completely, little purple flowers started blooming all over the length of the vine trunk, the parasitic plant, then extended the roots beneath where the host tree had roots of its own. So going into the dirt directly, trying to, well, find nutritious ground without solely relying on the host tree for it. By doing so, tapping not only into nutritious ground, but also reaching a shard of reality. Shards of reality are basically the mentioned primordial pools / wells, except far stronger. The energy is so tightly packed that the invisible ball becomes solid, now visible and radiating energy, although at the same time pulling in great amounts of atmospheric mana, leading to a massive current of energy within a specific range of it that can lead to rapid growth and stuff to create powerful beings, both fauna and flora. Which has to do why the jungle is so big and resilient, because all life within is charged by the shard in some extent. And at that point, I can open up another little image. Again, also not necessarily accurate with scale or something, but tree on the plateau right there. So with the information of, well, the plateau having diameter of 900 feet, the actual jungle that's depicted here is not nearly accurate to how big, how massive the jungle actually is. Because 900 feet is 274 meters. That's not a lot. So yeah, when I made the map, I already knew that the jungle is, while looking big, with the measurement of the plateau in mind, is not accurate. It's just the concept, to get the concept across. If this map was actually taking into consideration the proper size of the tree as a reference, the jungle would probably go cover half of the desert and all the way to the floating rocks over here to the left. That would probably all be jungle. So yeah. Anyway. Where was I? Shadow of Reality. Explaining why the jungle was or is the size it is and as resilient. Upon making use of the newly found source of energy, the parasitic plant may not only was able to share excess energy with the tree it had been benefiting of, but also developed a mind of my own, becoming something more. Titan, the living embodiment of immense power. Again, Titan, highest power tier being of the primordial creatures. Over the span of roughly 10,000 years, the new Titan became self-aware and entered symbiotic relationship with the former host tree, providing both with energy in exchange of further extended protection against the elements. So, unlike completely drawing energy from the tree, taking way more than it had to sustain both, that's been flipped through tapping into the Shard of Reality. And the parasitic relationship became symbiotic, mutually beneficial. The offspring of the tree, since the tree got back enough energy to, well, not only produce fresh leaves and all of that, but also was able to put energy into the development of offspring, seeds, all that. That offspring growing in a circle around the duo of parasitic vine and original tree. So the image of the tree that's currently on the plateau, that is present day depiction of the collective fused organism, essentially. As mentioned, turning through the offspring, going around both of them, turning into a giant organism over the long time span, all of it being connected. So inside of that tree is a little bit of a cavern space-ish, at the center of which are the original tree and the original parasitic plant. which I originate from. And that at the 3-hour mark is the first page of the timeline concept done. Yapping. After the first 10,000 years, the following 20,000 years, through the self-awareness gained, that more and more resulted in the guilt regarding how the instincts had caused such an old and strong life to revert to almost nothing, to grow. The desire to roam the land freely also formed, so I could avoid drawing too much energy from a single source, so that the hosts would be able to recover without any lasting damage. So, multiple sources, less damage than one source, resulting in the long-term effects we just went through. Not feeling great about that, but made the most of it. Overcoming origins, I guess. 30,000 years after the seed began growing initially, between the mixing of the primordial energy and the strong desires, an offshoot of Mavine grew inside the mentioned space left between the dew and the protective massive outer ring of connected trees. Spiraling around the dew upwards with an enormous flower bud at the top. So, 400,000 years ago, the initial parasitic plant grew. Started to, anyway. 350 years ago, when the mentioned enormous flower bud at the top finally bloomed. 20,000 years later, 50,000 years since the seed landing. Inside was the answer to the mentioned prayer, aka strong desire. Body made of flesh and blood that you are seeing today. Well, ignoring the alteration that happened since. But you know. Connected spiritually to the vine, but also free to explore to my heart's content. Which, funny little thing to mention there. The heart's content that's by now sitting on a shelf. Safe, but still. The Titan, I opened my eyes, waking up from 50,000 years of slumber? Well, no, 20,000. Which is still plenty of time. Reason being, the sheer extensive amount of energy siphoned from the reality shard. To just again put into perspective how much more sheer energy is within those shards compared to the regular primordial worlds. Which is also the reason I'm one of, if not excluding Sheepy, the strongest Titan until now. Because shards of reality aren't really common at all. So the chance for any other creature to have stumbled into one is very slim. Anyway. It was certainly an experience I would say almost yearned for when I opened my eyes waking up from that long slumber in the center of the flower. And I did have to blink a couple times to get used to the sensation of sight after not having it for 50,000 years prior. Once I did manage getting used to being able to see, naturally looked down and around my body. Among other things, admiring the curves, the warm sensation of skin, and not the least, the fluffy fur growing on my legs that ended in hard hoofs, which I can put up an image of, cause why not? Now that is before a certain event happened that led to right arm turning less flesh again. Now, technically, not the state form I was in right after coming into flesh existence, but still. It is the form that's been probably used the longest by a long shot. Indeed. And considering the time that passed, I didn't think I would still be struggling to put it into words, despite trying. But I was, and simply am, overtaken by the pure joy and excitement that I felt from, well, being whole and like everything was just right. Finally, it's been long enough. Took long enough. Now, the funny part. So remember how oh dear. Focus. There is actually one detail I forgot to write down on the versions for the stream, but it's not difficult to find. So remember when I mentioned that the plateau itself had a diameter of 900 feet, more or less? Yeah, so yeah, that tree that after having gotten a body made of flesh and blood is 400 feet tall. Was probably more by now. So as you can imagine, climbing down the big vine inside of the tree, which is probably almost as tall as the tree itself, was somewhat of a task for someone that took their first moves inside a new body. It wasn't impossible, and it was good practice. However, what became more of a challenge was, after climbing down the big vine inside of the tree, climbing up all the way, well, 3/4 of the way, on the inside of the outer tree to where the little hole you see on the artwork is. And then threw it again down the tree itself. So that part specifically is why I mentioned that a certain GIF I sent in the group with the people sharing the universe happened organically is referring to this part. Because yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen an infant climbing down a 400 feet tall tree multiple times, but up and down. That's essentially what happened. Not mentally, but physically, definitely. That aside, outside of the first couple days being used to raise a makeshift shelter, the following 2 years were used to build the little watchtower on the left behind the tree, as well as the hut to the right of it, which steadily got improved. Oh, I steadily been improving the shelter over the span of 2 years. So the more simplistic concept art of it is not nearly how it looked like during those 2 years. It's a lot better now. But I mean, hey, considering not having done that before, I would say even the basic hut is pretty good for 2 years. Without tools. So, during the spare time in evenings, during these 2 years, I may or may not have been throwing together makeshift kites. And used the little spot at the top of the, at the time, rather makeshift watchtower to raise them into the air. Cause I wanted to feed the funky little cloud cows that I saw in the sky. They seemed neat and, honestly, very befriendable. Unfortunately, some years later, 68 to be specific, after first seeing them, the last one of the cloud cows appeared to have vanished, despite my best efforts to help them out on a nourishment based level. I refused to give up though, and tried to get them back by sending kites with various sorts of food attached into the sky. To no avail, granted, but I kept trying for a little bit. Right, so the flowers shown on the plateau, the purple ones that were mentioned to have grown on the vine plant as well. The concept between those there is a very specific reason that... No, sorry, I'm very burpy right now. Ad break. there's a, as mentioned, very specific reason that so many of those flowers are kind of forgetting what I'm meant to be saying. Oh, I mean, probably not, but realistically, are there even other people here? It's probably fine. And yeah, the reason there's those same flowers that grew on the vine all over the plateau, those ones resemble the bigger memories, the key memories stored in the memory bank that tree partially serves as. So every single one of those big flowers, not the little small ones on the sides, represents a memory I made over the around 350,000 years. Well, the ones that, for sanity reasons, I couldn't keep with myself. If that makes sense. So, to give a little bit of a background on what the deal with those is. Every stored memory that's been put into the memory bank part of the tree grew into, well, as a side effect, had one of those plants growing. Oh yeah, they are accessible at will. Just would have to be close to the tree to access them. But yeah, for obvious sanity reasons, not an option to keep all of them with myself simultaneously, so I kinda had to get creative with it. Cause a long lifespan. Now, after the continuously attempted getting back of the cloud cows, 349 910,000 years ago, I did get hit by curiosity and spent the next 500 years outside my jungle, traveling and learning about, well, my abilities further. At which point I did run into the little critter you see at the bottom left of the screen right now. Specifically 10 years after I went on that trip, so 490 years. Remaining of the journey, which we traveled together. And I did end up adopting the little critter, becoming very good friends over the course of that journey. There, unrelated to that, was of course a lot to discover, like the time-limited shapeshifting, the natural talent for earth and water primordial magic. Unfortunately, among other reasons, humans became even more invasive of areas they weren't supposed to be in as usual. And I had to cut the treble short for that reason. So, after being on a 490 year long journey, together with Livlit, did have to return early, but we did see a ton of different things. Important to mention, meeting her is one of the things that inspired me to choose the deer and or goat-like shape appearance for the little critters I created to help with the protection of the jungle against said humans potentially interfering shit they aren't supposed to. Some got the appearance of deer, some of goats, all equipped with a mouth full of canines naturally, yes. If created for the purpose of protecting, might as well give them the most efficient tool to do so. I did get visited by someone shortly after that. Which you would think might have a correlation, but didn't, as far as I'm aware. They did introduce themselves as Sheepy and thanked me for providing some of the Cloud Cows with sustenance, delaying the hibernation by a little bit at least, which is more than I thought I was doing, but I'll take it. She did also tell me that I was the only person that kept feeding them for that long, which, thinking of most of those that I met during that trip, outside of Livlit, of course, it's honestly just rude as hell. Then again, it's humans, I guess. What can you do? Humans be doing humans things. Very much so. But no point in dwelling on the negativity part, as thanks to the positive news, outside of chatting a bunch, I did teach Sheepy some Earth and Water magic. Both basic things and how to guide plants in their directional growth behavior, as well as creating perfect conditions for them to aid rapid growth as a whole. Because who better to teach that than plants themselves? In exchange for that, she taught me how to contact her by infusing a whistle sound with specific amount of magic, which would allow me to contact her in case of emergency, if there should ever be the need. Overall, definitely very pleasant little first exchange. Outside of that, there's been all kinds of things happening between that and 1035 years ago. That is stories for a different day though. One very notable thing that happened that year specifically was a meteor crashing not too far away from the jungle, which did end up drawing the attention of the village people nearby from a place called Agener, which, frankly, bit of a weird choice, if you ask me. They did manage to move the whole large village to the crash site within 50 years, which, considering that they built it into a medium-sized town inside the crater, was a little impressive at least. Finishing the town status 1020 years ago. So gotta give them that. Then again, it was a ton of people, so well, by back then's standards anyway. And again, makes sense to put in that amount of effort, considering the resources they were able to gather by the uncovered materials from the meteor crash. There's not much else noteworthy that happened until 1000 years ago, which is definitely among the better things that happened the last recent time period, being a couple witches that were living in that town Um, well, the reason they ended up in the jungle isn't great. However, those witches that had been living in that town did 1,000 years ago get chased out by the townspeople for some rather backwards beliefs of the town community, but what can you expect? Some of the angry mob kept calling themselves witch hunters, and of those, some dared, for delusional reasons, to follow the witches into the jungle with the witches, those poor souls, being in dire need of help. Naturally, I had to step in to take care of the hunters personally, making sure they specifically never hurt anyone again, which did remind me of some people that were responsible of Livlet becoming an orphan back then when I met her. But anyway, the hunters that only got injured and left the jungle by themselves, I didn't pursue, leaving them with a warning shot. The ones that were lucky enough to survive, which not a lot. But yes, the witches definitely went through a lot and certainly deserve better. Since they needed a place to stay, after hearing them out, I obviously offered them to stay with me on the plateau if they wanted to, which, considering the alternatives, they quickly agreed to, and we did build additional houses for them together, which only took a short 1.5 years, finishing them 998.5 years ago. A little side note to make about those buildings. Due to the time that had passed and certain shape-shifting related abilities I have, there's a chance that with the assistance of some of the witches, the buildings have enchantments on them, making them have more space on the inside than it looks like from the outside, falling under the category of space manipulation. Yeah. Was surprisingly unproblematic to figure out with the shapeshifting knowledge in the bag, which was interesting. I'm glad it worked. Certainly allowed having plenty of space for all of them. More than enough. positive surprise was that a couple months later, after we finished building, they came together as a sign of gratitude and had their leader that I may have been allowing to get sustenance from me on a weekly basis for the sake of people's safety, since they entered the jungle and some of them being mortals. Yeah. Their leader is vampire. Said leader handing me a very, very good quality fabric outfit. Made by the witches in collaborative effort with the physical labor I often do in mind during the design process, which not taking that for granted. I can say absolutely going to like it a lot ever since first trying it on. Three months later. Well, 3 months after we finished the buildings. So, honestly, considering that I've been running around with plants, covering the most necessity parts for protection's sake. It's not bad. I mean, hey, with the plants I at least never had to worry about finding a replacement for 349,000 years. That's a plus. Oh, it's definitely an upgrade. But I'm positively impressed that that same fabric outfit lasted essentially 1,000 years. Because still having it, as you can tell. It certainly is. The unfortunate part of that side of the coin was well, that whole event of some of the hunters getting killed, some getting heavily injured, in combination with an apparently pre-existing rumor that I only found out about later, existing about some certain powerful creature protecting the nearby jungle, was what led to the people of the village to prepare for battle. so didn't exactly take that too kindly. It is their fault, granted, but has to be one hell of a pre-existing rumor to result in them changing their mind. Considering that they didn't do jack shit against the jungle. Or me. Until fairly recently. So, I guess it does explain why knowing the strength of me by then, and having met and relied on Sheepy in the past, which was much more open to interacting and dealing with them. They did develop a weapon that would be able to, or well, was able to trap Sheepy, Cloud Body and all, and drain her energy to fire at their enemies with that devastating weapon. Now, the reason certain church dickhead leader of the village town turned out to be their strongest of the people and even was able to trap a titan and battle another was the fact that he was not blessed by just one god, but two. And to give a little bit of a refresher on that fun little fact. Yeah, so remember that Titans are the strongest of the primordials? The gods are in turn the strongest celestials. And the guy had two backing him. Not sure why he was supported by those two, considering everything he was doing, but apparently devoting himself to them is enough to get that kind of power. And since each respective god provided him with the power to become demigod himself, the power stacked, allowing him to reach the power tier, well, the power of a mid-tier god, which is more powerful than a lesser god, which in turn allowed him to stand up to Titans, making him an artificial god. Kind of. So, for a normal Titan, probably would have been on equal footing. Considering the fact that I'm sitting here and he is not, you can kind of already guess what happened, but absolutely. But yeah, since Sheepy didn't expect some random mortal to pose a challenge, which explained how she got caught in the first place, the energy field the cannon made around Sheepy did sap her strength away passively. The more actively she tried to escape, the faster it would drain her though. So she was kind of forced to just sit there expecting them to drain all her energy until she died. Now, the thing that benefited her was that Storm and myself in wild form had at the time met near the hot springs a couple times by accident, constantly clashing, eventually resulting in mutually enjoyed rivalry of us frequently purposely going there to yell or spar. And since Storm didn't show up one day, for reasons mentioned, I did some investigating, finding out who's behind it rather quickly. Also, hello Plum. You are the fact that I'm streaming almost 4 hours aside, you're arriving at the halfway point of the details being revealed. So, welcome in. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. Absolutely not something you have to worry about. I do hope your work went well. But you're never expected to be present or anything like that. I just appreciate you being here, one way or the other. Yeah. I did mention it before, but similar to usual with the normal VODs being downloaded from Twitch after a stream and being uploaded to the YouTube channel by me for the sake of having it available after Twitch's weird random selection of deletion of the VODs. Yes, however, the difference with the stream today is, unlike how I usually do it with downloading it from Twitch afterwards and uploading it to YouTube, I am recording as well as streaming since the start. So higher quality file preferably. I just wanted to make sure I do what I can to provide the highest quality version for the stream today specifically because of, well, what the stream is. So the full length stream is gonna go onto YouTube, and on top of that there's gonna be a edited cut down version going into detail on just the character lore specifically the next week or so. So there's a long extended version for everything and a shorter one for just character. But yeah, just wanted to mention that again since you joined. Since I did earlier. So, you know, in case you wanted to check on yapping. Right, so the situation with Storm. After finding out that once again the village called Aginor had to do with events, I did swap to domesticated form, trying to go in with diplomacy at first, trying to reason with the church cunts, putting it mildly. When that didn't go anywhere, after I found out that they did in fact capture Storm, it may have been the final drop leading to the barrel metaphorically flowing over, and them having done too many horrible things, especially to people that became very close to me, and may have resulted in me falling into a bit of a fit of rage that led to me taking care of them once and for all, removing the threats. Now, to have as little physical difficulty as possible, I did use the shapeshifting capabilities to transform the right arm into something helping the slaughter, being sturdy long claws capable of repeated slicing without issues. Due to that, and the, to me, understandable rage I was in, I was eventually able to free Storm after an exhausting and taxing 13 hours of constant fighting with the bishop and the population of Mansion Town. Once I finally did manage to defeat the bishop, learning from past mistakes, throwing into the room term Myth Hunter once again, yeah, to make sure he was taken care of, I did resort to ripping out his spine with the right arm, making him physically as spineless as he always was. Followed by falling to the ground and rolling up in fetal position, holding my hurting right arm with its hand clenched around the severed spine. My body fighting the process, subconsciously trying to turn the arm back into its normal humanoid / fawn shape, causing the pain I was experiencing and had gotten exponentially worse since I hit the 12-hour mark. At which point it reached its peak, leading to me being on the brink of kind of losing my mind. So instead of, due to the extended time spent, instead of reverting back into the normal looking limb, it kept the bestial claw-like form, and over another hour, 14 in total, 13 in partially shape-changed form, 1 hour fortification process, and continuous incredible pain, it began turning more solid into wood. So all of that happened at the location I fought through to get to after killing everyone in Agino, at the spot Storm was kept in, right in front of her after freeing her. So during that 14th hour, I wasn't in any shape to respond to anything, only holding my right arm, whimpering, and from what I was told later, sometimes letting out a scream, which all in all wasn't a nice thing to see in any way. So that's the thing that happened. Next thing I remembered was later, after waking up, didn't really pay too much attention to the changed arm. The first thing I did was to make sure Storm was safe and making sure that the spine was still in my possession. Oh, confirm that the cunt is dead. Once I did confirm those two things, without saying much, I just walked back to where the cavern was located, aka center of the jungle. Something positive I did discover after getting better. Okay. OBS confused me a little bit just now. I apologize for that. Right. A little bit after I had recovered, I did notice that despite the arm having turned to wood, I still had almost the same motor skills as before. It was definitely a very much a reminder that I shouldn't push my limits to that extent again. Now, something I can and should put up. This little info. I hope the text is readable. Front and back side of the arm itself, not including the claw part, because the little color range in the middle of it. In its default form, after waking up for example, the wood has a light gray color until it comes in contact with sunlight. So starting on the left side of the color range, side sunlight causing the wooden parts of the arm to turn to a shade of purple, getting darker and darker until reaching almost black at the 12-hour mark or more. Now, the color changes caused by sunlight can be undone by proper rest, 8 hours or more, which restarts the cycle. While similar rules apply when using shapeshifting, I didn't push past the 12-hour mark on that since the slaughter. For reasons. Something I did find out as well was that the wood of the arm got enough weight to sink in water without me using a muscle, which, combined with the other details, implies a couple things. For one, it's fair to assume that both the tree as well as the vine plant inside of it consist of material with similar purple properties, though it's not gonna be visible when looking at either of them, as the bark doesn't show or have those same properties. So it would only be the wood itself, not the bark. Do make sure that you recover. I appreciate you listening, regardless. But it's important that you rest your singular apple. I'm not specifying the size. I'm just saying. I didn't say that. But yes, the vine plants are old and big enough to be considered wood, so the same colored related thing probably applies. As far as the village goes, it had been left exactly like that. No burials for 1,000 years. Shoving as a warning. $996.3 years ago was a little interesting encounter. While Vivian and I were out for a walk, a little entity with wings and horns stepped out of a suddenly opened portal, having a odd phoenix chicken hybrid on his shoulder, shooting Vivian once using what looked like a harpoon-esque gun loaded with arrows before opening a second portal on their own, disappearing through it as fast as they showed up. Definitely a surprise. Did catch me off guard. When walking closer to Vivian to check on her, I failed to find actual physical injury, but I did notice a quick change in her mood for the better, and she did propose later that same day, so not complaining, but still a little confused about how that went down. Now, 3 months after that, half a year after the slaughter of the village town people, I did wanna discuss the weird portal encounter with Sheepy a week later, but did run into Storm instead. So after some nagging, I got her to ask one of the demonic forms regarding the portal to the entity, hoping she knows that thing and how to get there. At the time unaware that they had been talking for some time and shared information about all kinds of things, including me and Vivian. Anyway, I did get her to ask one of the demonic forms regarding the portal to that entity, which Sheepy only called Cupid. Before Maelstrom ended up opening the portal, we did have a bit of a chat. Just casual kind of topics. And after I stepped through the portal she had opened, eventually, I did encounter Cupid on the other side again. Kind of confused about what went down and asking about it, but only getting half answers that didn't really answer anything, and was just given a little box that I found out later back home had the horn ribbon and the armband with the symbol in it. It was a very... both times were memorable encounters for their own reasons. And it was a nice gift, very much. And I mean, did a short while after 99 995.5 years ago have the eventual honeymoon with certain vampire witch, potentially influenced by that shooting somehow. But to give some more details on unrelated things that were mentioned earlier. The myth hunters I briefly mentioned. First, to just give some deeper details on various things after the timeline had been covered completely now. And that's taken care of. The myth hunters first started making themselves known 349,900 years ago, with the attack on Leaflet's clan being the first reported incident, aka their first reported attack was on a clan of Gaita Sphinxes, which Leaflet is one of. Them, the myth hunters, being a collective of northwestern tribes made up of people that for some unspecified reason started holding a grudge against all mythical creatures, while also only seeing pure profit in their existence. Words. Not caring about the individual mythic in the slightest. Having found out about their hunt, I went after the ones that did survive the hunt and got rid of the primitive threat, running into Leaflet shortly after. Some, however, earlier descendants of, as I later found out, those hunters that had managed slipping away, surviving yet again when I went for them back then. Those descendants eventually migrated to where some handed down scripture mentioned me being located. So they were responsible for those rumors the witch hunters later took as part of the reason for trapping Storm. Well, not Storm, but Sheepy, when I wanted to meet Storm. Now, was a bit of a weird thing, because they became stationary near the jungle, raising that small village over time, remaining at the same size for most of the 349,400 years to follow. Over that long time span, once again, the descendants finding that many people would pay a high price for anything mythical, and started to use their skills to make a living while thinning out the mythical population. So the same thing repeating itself, because I didn't manage to take care of all of the initial myth hunters back then. So, in a way, everything that happened 350,000 years later, almost, is because of that. Despite them making a living while thinning the mythical population, they did always stay away from the jungle to the most part, hoping that would make it easier to raid the jungle someday or something, I'm guessing. With me having continuously interfered here and there over the ages, protecting more nearby injured myths and killing any hunters I encountered before the big fight around 1,000 years ago. So probably also had to do with that. So both that and well, the fact that they had thinned out the nearby mythical populations that much. It was part of the reason that roughly 1,000 years ago they decided to take care of me. Otherwise it would simply be too dangerous for them to continue their hunting and continue profiting. So that, in combination with the church dickhead having it out for the witches, is probably playing together why that happened. But anyway, they did end up being wiped out in the end. So that's a win. Something to note. The reason Leaflet's race is called Gator Sphinx. If that's correct pronunciation, I don't know. Probably not. The first part of that word is the Proto-Germanic word for goat, which inspired the Latin name. As a little background detail. Much like the original Sphinx, Gator Sphinxes have extreme hunger for knowledge, to the point they do not have to eat, sleep, or drink to survive if they have a steady source of new lessons. The bigger and tougher the concept, the more filling it is. So calculus would give more sustenance than basic arithmetic. However, music. If they don't have access to new info, perhaps they learned all in the area, or they may be so old that they've learned a large majority of all info in the world, making it hard to find a meal like that. They can eat in the normal way, and thanks to the goat aspect, they can practically eat anything, even digesting things that aren't considered food normally. Cramps. The downside of this method is that the food always, unrelated to texture, tastes bland, so they much prefer the taste of knowledge and will travel the entire world to seek out the tastiest lessons. Gaita sphinxes generally live in nomadic herds but establish a home base whenever a new clan forms through various reasons. The herd often returns home to store their newly collected info for other members of the clan as well as other Gaita Sphinx clans to access. They don't usually share with other races and defend their libraries rather fiercely, so not something to get on the bad side of, as the myth hunters found out as well. Each clan is split into two categories: the colony that stays behind to protect the base, and the herds that go on their adventures to gather more knowledge. As the herds return, different members of the colony join a herd and go out taking turns cycling through members of the clan. The colony is usually between 10 to 30%. On average, 20% of the total clan population. Smaller clans have less knowledge to protect as well as less members, so they tend towards the low end of the range for their colony. Bigger clans, however, have, well, more knowledge and more entrances to their libraries, so they can and have to spare more members to be part of the colony. If cut off from their clan, they may form their own clan with other wayward Gaita Sphinxes to fill their social needs. Details and things that all Gaita Sphinxes have, regardless of environmental origin, is the head shape of a goat, incisors and canines being sharp lion teeth, while molars are grinding teeth similar to those of a goat. Identical, essentially. The front legs and body of a lion, the back legs and hindquarters of a goat. They are incapable of flight, but like a mountain goat, they are able to scale nearly vertical surfaces with basically no foothold, and have limited control over gravity, which allows them to levitate themselves and other objects. The more experience with their powers, the more fine control they have over manipulating objects such as flipping pages. I should drink something. So, yeah, a lot of yapping today, definitely. Like a lot. The things that are, well, dependent based on environmental origin are the horns, the fur color, the fur pattern, and the different mane style, length, and texture. Soft, flexible, stiff fur, so on. As far as the birth process is concerned, baby gator sphinxes are physical manifestations of knowledge provided by both parents. A physical material is fused with some of the collective knowledge of both parents to create a body for the newborn, and the knowledge offered by the parents is forgotten, can however be relearned at the place they got it from or alternative sources. So it's not a permanent inability to regain the memory in that sense. Each material requires a specific amount of knowledge, and the physical size of the said material determines the size of the sphinx who doesn't grow throughout their lifespan. Young gator sphinxes devour all knowledge their clan has access to, hence the ever-expanding clan library. The clan could restrict access to the library to ration the knowledge, preventing the baby and or young gator sphinxes from overeating. With a big enough library, if they ration the knowledge, they could sustain an entire gator sphinx's lifespan with it. Usually not something they do, as the more information absorbed during the child's formative years, the stronger they would grow to be. So they encourage their young to consume all available knowledge and choose to continue expanding the library. When raising a gator sphinx, they aren't raised just by the parents, like how it's generally done among them. They aren't raised just by the parents that gave birth to them, but the entire clan, and they usually stick with their clan for their entire lives. They sometimes may temporarily leave the herd to pursue a specific goal, but only for a very short percentage of their total life, as they feel a sense of detachment when they aren't around one they've accepted as part of their pack due to the inherent social nature. Abandoning a baby would be unthinkable to them, as it's an absolute death sentence, and whoever would do something of the sort would be exiled from the herd. So finding one alone without any parents would require some kind of disaster, such as hunters of mythical creatures scattering the herd and capturing any nearby, leaving the baby alone. Which totally isn't exactly what happened in Leaflet's case. Not at all. When it comes to their lifespan, unless killed by some unforeseen event, hunted, caught in a natural disaster, anything like that. Gator sphinxes don't die because they continuously consume knowledge to replenish their soul. So long as they replenish more than they spend, they pretty much live forever. And since we are getting to leaflets detail, I can open up the map again. The big version. So, Leaflet's herd, which originated from the volcanic area and got ambushed while exploring the Arctic tundra in the bottom left of the map section. It's only a very small part of the whole planet. That is something to keep in mind. Also, it is not accurate scale wise. If it was, the jungle would probably cover half of that area, if not more. So just existing for the overall concept to get the idea across. The myth hunters, despite being primitive back then, chose that location because tracking the sphinxes was a lot easier in that environment, thanks to the footprints showing more clearly and it being an area at least similar to the place the herd called home. During the attack, the herd fanned out to be more of a difficult target, getting separated and leaving Leaflet alone in their dispersion. The myth hunters did chase them, preventing them from regrouping by sheer number, much to the underestimation of the herd. Slipping through the cracks, Leaflet fortunately managed to find a place safe from the hunter's greed, whether because the hunters managed to overpower the herd or chased them too far. The herd wasn't able to make it back for the separated young one. Not being used to the climate, she was very grateful to be found by me not too long after the hunters left the frosty region and or got killed due to the unfamiliar area. The Sphinx was in quite rough shape. With explicit approval, I took her in, since the alternative would be not a pretty one. Would have been. Both at the time being quite young, spent the next 490 years traveling the planet together, making all kinds of experiences, meeting a ton of different individuals, becoming a tiny two-people clan in the process. not including the 490-year-long shared journey before Aginor got destroyed. Livlet and I did shorter trips, 2, maybe 3 days long, every couple hundred years. It wasn't until 996.5 years ago that it was agreed Livlet could travel with Rain every so often, exploring new territory with her as well as Jester. Also something that comes up in a little bit. Honestly, almost 5 hours, 6 PM, and only 10 pages remaining. I didn't expect... Oh, sorry. I did not expect to finish before 8 PM. I might not, but we'll see. Now, I will apologize in advance. In case you're still here, Plum, you might cringe to hell and back at my pronunciation of the name, but from what I looked up online, let's see. So, those horns are the type a Livlet has, and from the pronunciation I found online, it's just Oisha, which does not match the name in written form, so it's just Oisha cow horns. Oisha being the name of those specific cows, which is interesting that it's pronounced that way. But yeah, she has, well, she and the specific clan she's from has short, dense, light grey soft fur on stomach and legs, is short, medium grey, stubby fur everywhere else. The fur on legs and stomach gives off a slight golden glow when exposed to extreme heat, 80 degrees Celsius and above that. They do have the ability to float on water, since they have to, well, they are native to the volcanic area and there's no other way to get from and to there without being able to fly, which they don't. Short, medium grey mane as normal for that type of sphinx, head shape of a goat. Incisors and canines are sharp lion teeth, molars are grinding teeth of a goat. Front legs and body of a lion as well, back legs and hindquarters of a goat. Incapable of flight but like a mountain goat, able to scale nearly vertical surfaces with basically no foothold. Limited control over gravity, able to levitate herself and other objects. The more experienced with her powers, the more fine control she has over manipulating objects, such as flipping pages. She is 30 centimeters tall and 50 centimeters long, roughly. So it's definitely a small one. Very French-shaped. Now, regarding certain vampire witch that led the other ones into the jungle. Can open her art in bigger version as well. At the time, 1000-ish years ago, it's no surprise that people were devoutly religious. So the church was basically the government. But even for the time, she was more religious, to the point she kept climbing the ranks until being classified as a saint. As for why, she was taught that God could do anything and was always watching. So she believed if she were to completely earn his favor, he would grant her desires to be her true self, a beautiful woman. Yes, both that witch as well as myself canonically confirmed trans for important reason, in my opinion. Something I wanted to keep part of the lore as well. During the several decades she spent in service of the church, praying daily with all her heart, she always admired a certain group of women in town. The last of those decades, the church found out that those very women were practicing witchcraft and wanted to execute them, as the church does. Their saint, Vivian, however, stepped in the way, telling the church no, to choose words over violence, to rehabilitate them, bringing them into the church. She met with them weekly under the pretense of making them believers. Meanwhile, instead of doing that, she was warning them about the church while using it as an excuse to spend time with them. Over time, despite being careful about what they have been doing, the church discovered what had been going on, and since the saint's lesson had not proven effective, the church decided to execute the members of the coven, sending the witch hunters after them. Vivian made a pact with some mid-level fiend, a demon, to gain enough power to stall the church from proceeding with the execution, and long enough to allow the witches to get to safety, becoming a vampire in the process herself. The State Demon agreed to giving her the magical abilities simply because of the involvement of the church, and he felt like fuck it. Fuck them. Upon the witches reaching the safe borders of the jungle, unbeknownst to them safe, they returned the favor and used their combined magic to help Vivian escape the full force of the church. Once everyone was together, the little group ventured deeper into the jungle, spending roughly a week just wandering around in there, trying to stay alive. They eventually were greeted by myself, showing them the way to the plateau. Under the guidance and aid of myself, together with the witches, took 1.5 years to finish building the houses, and another 3 months later, as a little thanks, they had gotten together and made a proper fabric outfit to wear, which still is the case to this day. For more background stuff, the church was very much against the witches, first because they were independent, which went against the teachings of the church in general, since women were considered property of the men back then. Second, because they used their magic to change reality, which the church believed was God's will. So they were responsible for heresy. When they learned that she had turned her back on the church to join the witches, she was immediately considered a traitor, with her name removed from all records, and her accomplishments were now attributed to the church, not a specific member. With such a high-ranking official having betrayed them, they hired the group of witch hunters, seeing someone so well versed in the teachings as a threat, because the witches would then have access to any weak points in their faith. When she couldn't grasp the teachings of witchcraft naturally, since mortal, she made a contract with a fiend, which to the church a big taboo thing to do, since they were already against witches. Who could say if they were right about the fiends? So she traded part of her life force in order to gain an understanding of magic, to make her deepest desire a reality, physically transforming in the process into a vampire, which yet another thing the church feared. Backward info on another of the witches. Regarding her specifically, a bit of a reason I went with the name I did, being Fenelina. But we'll get to that. Non-Calvin townsfolk and or maybe even the church people, possibly in semi-secret frequently, as they publicly didn't know about them being witches until certain occurrence, visited the witches for various reasons. One being the regenerative capabilities. Fenelina carries in combination with the townspeople, associating the trait of the similarly named plant with her. Due to her name and paying a pretty sum for chunks to use in medicinal ways and or not to be punished by the church. Higher up specifically, as they believe he who sees fennel and gathers it not is not a man but a devil. The reason Fenelina and the other witches had played along solely due to the fact that they have immediate access to pain reducing magic to lighten the pain of the initial injury by majority of it and take incredible care of any of their members. Of course, as established, only playing along the village townspeople shenanigans until certain threshold, crossing the limit of this much we can take and or endure for the sake of living in this environment, which otherwise comes with more benefits than downsides. The various tasks the witches perform for the village / town people being what allows them staying as well as living relatively comfortably until shit hit the inevitable fan and the judge ordered the execution a second time. Most important reason she had the other witches playing along was that she had given her approval to the whole thing of using her regenerative abilities to trade parts of her body in exchange for money from the medicinal disbelief that townspeople had. Well, not disbelief, but misconception. Misunderstanding, whatever you want to call it. Now, as far as details and or topics go, while I am on page 35, there is 2 topics remaining. One is a retelling of the battle at Aginor in the words of Sheepy, with more specific details on what went down from her perspective. The other one is canon vampire details and or restrictions. What I'm not sure about is if that first one is not too graphic to talk about on Twitch, but it's probably fine. I'm not sure though. Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna skip the retelling on stream. What I am gonna still do is cover the vampire details, because I honestly am proud of them with the different parts. And there's a couple ones like this. 10 different details on them. Starting with both Vivian and I only being able to enter buildings after being the classic granted permission, invited by either the owner or people living there. With some exception of buildings we had part in building. Religious buildings of the religion the bishop was part of, for those while being able to enter at will, being near them and especially inside of them would would lead to subconscious tension and being particularly on edge. Viv and I are left uncomfortable and our powers are weakened if entering a spot we don't have full permission for. For instance, if we build a house but the family inside hasn't invited us in, by building a place we've got the exception so we can enter, but not fully since we weren't explicitly invited. Because of the exception we could invade personal space and stuff, so this would have a consequence for that kind of action. The same would go for churches, since they are open to the public. There's a standing invitation to anybody to come, but due to the divine nature of the place, it would weaken our opposing nature. But for the churches belonging to the bishop's religion, my rage would be able to unlock all the powers that would normally be suppressed. So in my case, as far as being inside religious buildings goes, any kind of surprises happening would be enough to trigger the change into snap version, which could be anything. Hearing the sound of a twig cracking nearby, someone in the vicinity unexpectedly calling the name of someone else, small things like that. Very on edge in those places. Second detail is vampiric powers naturally increasing in strength with age. Question would be if it's influenced by the age the individual had at the time of becoming one, or solely by amount of time the individual has been vampire for. Depending on that, some major possibilities for fun, with additional thing with minor change, those being selected for becoming vampire, starting out with varying amount of power, thus requiring skillful choosing, not limited to mortals. The third one, after entering a building or church, in the scenario of a cross made of pig bone being placed at the entrance, with the misguided goal of trapping Viv or myself inside, all a cross made of pig bones would do would be causing increased anger upon seeing. Simply for the fact that someone had the audacity to desecrate the remains of a lovely animal like that. Dietary wise, canonically, no specifications, preferences. However, treating the remains of any animal, creature, and some humanoids very respectfully. Big exception being the people of that town. First, actual weakness from being a vampire for both Viv and I. being unable to get within 1640.42 feet or 500 meter radius of someone running backwards uphill, holding a lit candle in one hand and a turtle in the other, somehow causes both to be prevented from getting closer than the mentioned distance, almost if there was an invisible magical force field surrounding the person. Imagine it similar to trying to push two magnets with the same pole together while they actively repel each other. The fifth one is something that could be considered a weakness. It's overall mainly a fun detail I wanted to add to somewhat even out all the positive powers both within I got from the partial vampire aspect. An individual with the ability to control strong enough magic and a big enough pool reserve of it would be able to bypass mine and especially these resistances by using a very specific spell. Requirement for that spell to even be functional is a magically protected rectangular piece of paper, which alone already takes a lot of magic to imbue said protective magics into it, containing full name, birth date, short summary of most valued memory, and the least liked action. Once the person that imbued the paper with protection magics, which only protects from being destroyed by weaker kinds of magic, as well as blocking the person it's attached to from removing it. So once the person that imbued the power with protection magic managed to attach it onto Viv or me somewhere, it would force us to follow the person and obey their commands as long as the piece of paper is attached and the person manages to keep up the now existing magical connection, which would draw a fair bit of power for as long as it is up. Now, as soon as either connection or paper was dropped or removed, depending on the actions commanded to do, you can bet there would be revenge on the person doing it with varying severity. The second weakness. There would be some aversion to garlic plants. However, unless it's a big 3280.84 feet or 1 kilometer fields of garlic plants, it is not going to be a problem in everyday life. The second part of this one affects me a lot more than I would Vivian, but applying to both. When nearby, let's say within 100 feet, that big of an amount of garlic, any shape-shifting powers are blocked and cannot be accessed. Weakness number 3. And the 7th thing on the list. A stake rammed through the heart, made from a very specific type of wood, would canonically result in Vivian or myself permanently being dead. No revival, nothing. What specific wood that would be? The one radiating the purest form of primordial energy, aka the tips of the roots of the tree on the plateau. So, not something anyone ever gets their hands on. The eighth thing, in case of coming across a building with a lot of plants, goddammit, grown in pots hanging from the building, out of appreciation, neither Viv, probably, or myself would dare to damage the building or think badly of someone taking care of that many plants. Unless given a very good reason to, at which point it would be done in a way causing the least harm to the fused plants. Number 9. Able to sleep whenever, wherever, not limited there by being vampire. The second half of that point I'm not gonna mention because it's not necessarily safe for work. Number 10. No major negatives from interacting with running water, except requiring more physical effort to swim through running water than a non-vampire would need. So inevitably only able to do so for shorter periods of time. Some exceptions applying in my case due to being able to shape change into marine life forms. And that, granted, I skipped one topic, is the last page. 4 hours, 20 minutes, roughly an hour, 10 minutes earlier than I would have expected to get through them. Not bad. Goddamn. Well, that is all of it. So, I should eat. Toss some easy food into the air fryer and probably just rest. I'm gonna wait out the current ad break and call it a day after that. My throat is kind of at its limit. I do have to say it was fun. Still a lot of plans. Especially considering the stack I put together now. Baby steps, right? I don't think I'm gonna raid anyone today, because I'm very much lacking the energy for that. I'm probably just gonna take it very slow for the rest of the day. To be fair, I probably did more talking today than I did the last, I don't know, 4 weeks. So, I appreciate everyone that stopped by. And gonna have to see if I might stream on Monday, but it's gonna depend on how health looks like. Anyhow, yeah, I'm a call it there. Take care, people.